日 MC を務めます梶裕貴です。今回はステートオブプレイの特別編として日本やアジア初のゲームにスポットを当ててお届けします。大人気シリーズの最新作から個性豊かなインディータイトルまで最新情報をたっぷりご紹介します。ドラゴンクエスト7リイマジンドからスタートです。
We made a promise to solve the world's mysteries, didn't we?
I know I'd regret missing out on the fun far more than any bother we might get ourselves into. I haven't thought about it really. I should try doing all the things that humans do.
To find my own purpose. Something only I can do.
Did he prevail? Doth he yet rule over this realm?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and post while this happens. Blast it out to the world. You know how I do it. Yo, Keeper got that key? This looks interesting. It almost has like a Dragon Ball style. Not necessarily Dragon Ball Z. Maybe that's why.
There's no time to waste.
Maybe that's why. I'm trying to remember. I might be getting like Chrono Trigger confers with Dragon Quest. But I like that style.
そして再構築されたシナリオには大人になったキーファがどのような物語が待ち受けているのかお楽しみに。さて続いてはちょっと穏やかな気持ちになれる2作品から発売時期の発表です。インコンビニワンストアメニーストーリーズはささやかな日常を描く心温まる物語。プレイヤーは小さな町のコンビニ店員となり棚に商品を並べたり顔なじみのお客さんと交流したりしながら選択を通じて物語を紡いでいきます。
I always feel a way about these mundane games that mimic life. You know, it's like one, it kind of like prepares you for the digital world, which is like one thing, but then another thing is like, why not live your life in that way? You know what I mean? Why not actually just go be a store clerk if you want to be a store clerk? Instead you're gonna play the video game. Like those things just never really made sense to me. Like you can get paid money working at a gas station and doing those things. Like those mundane games just never, you know what I mean? Unless there's like a fantastic element to it, like those graveyard shift games. Like that's like a jobber game. Like okay, you're midnight shift at a graveyard, you're just sitting there watching security cameras, whatever. But then like some stuff happens, you know, and then it's like, ooh, ghosts maybe. Like introduce something fantastic into your mundane game is what I'm saying.
SNS の暗い影に焦点を当てた一人称視点のホラーゲーム。見知らぬ不気味な家で目覚めたアン。脱出するため過去のトラウマや亡霊たちに追い詰められながらスマートフォンを駆使して出口を探していきます。ブロークンロアアンフォローは2026年1月16日発売です。さらに本日はシリーズ最新作ブロークンロアアセンドを初公開。シリーズおなじみの一人称視点のサバイバルホラーにクライミング要素が加わりました。前作 ドントウォッチに引き続き東京が舞台の今作、主人公のレンとユイは、動画配信サイトでの名声を求め危険を顧みずに東京タワーに挑みます。そこで2人を待ち受けるのは妖怪六六尾。ブロークンロアアセンドは2026年夏発売予定です。
Minikati. Uh-oh. Team Ninja, what are we doing? You know I love me a Team Ninja game real quick. Oh wait, is this like a Fatal Frame?
Hurry, leave the village. If you can get out of the village, you'll be able to escape.
Silent Hill Part 2?
Don't let go. Together.
Silent Hill with camera. Ooh.
The festival failed. It's all because we ran away. Mayu, we'll be together forever.
Fatal Frame 2.
Oh, okay.
Butterfly. Remake.
I think I only ever played the first Fatal Frame,
Shall we?
like as a rental or something. So I remember maybe it was only like a demo. I have no idea. I never like played the game, but I did like, you know what I mean, like demo it back in the day, like for realsies.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
2003年に発売されたゼロ赤い蝶が今回待望のリメイクということなんですけれども、これらを拝見して恐ろしさがさらにパワーアップしていたように感じるんですが、そちら何か秘密はあるんでしょうか。
はい、ありがとうございます。まあ、光と影ですね。まあ、ホラーにとって重要なところについてはすごくこだわってライティングして、見えるところと見えないところのバランスを追求しています。またそのキャラクターの肌の質感、透明感とか、まあ、服のこう物の感じですよね。をリアルに表現しまして。
Hey, get that creepy little enchantress hand off my shoulder, yo. Gonna throw that little creepy grudge girl hand on my shoulder. Hey.
実際のカメラのような、ズームだったりピントだったりという新しい要素を追加しました。またこのフィルター、カメラのフィルターがあると思いますけど、それを切り替えると、見え方が変わっていってですね、音量に対してさまざまな効果があります。その戦闘でも探索でも特徴的な効果がありますので、状況に応じて切り替えながら使ってゲームを進めていきます。
早くプレイしたいですさあ、本日は発売日の解禁という嬉しいニュースがありましたが、他にも新情報をご用意いただいたんですよね。
はい、実はデジタルデラックスエディションも発売が決定しました。こちらにはデジタルアートブックや特別な衣装が含まれており、本日初披露となります。
You want the kimono with the matching socks? Or you want the mismatched kimono? You know what I mean? Like, which twin are you? Are you the twin with the matching socks? Or are you the sloppy twin? You know what I mean?
ゼロ赤い蝶リメイクは2026年3月12日発売予定です。そして光栄テクノゲームズからもう一つ発表があります。 こちらの映像をご覧ください。
It was during what I believed would be my final battle that you appeared before me.
Oh, come on. Oh, some more of that, what's that, Dragon Warrior? Whatever.
Together, we shall see the new age of peace with our own hands.
「続いて9月に放送した「ステート・オブ・プレイ」ではグランツーリスモシリーズの生みの親山内和則さんからグランツーリスモ7の大型アップデートスペック3が年末に配信されると発表がありました。本日は山内さんから追加のお知らせが届いています。
My bad, I'm trying to pay attention, but
皆さんこんにちは。グランツーリスモシリーズプロデューサー山内和則です。間もなくグランツーリスモ、1億本突破を記念したスペック3がリリースされますけれども、それに加えてもう一つニュースがあります。その名もですね、グランツーリスモ7パワーパックです。でパワーパックとは何かというとですね、これまでのグランツーリスモ7、グランツーリスモシリーズが、言ってみればレースゲームだったわけですけれども、
man, 5 o'clock, it was crack o'clock. As soon as I went live,
でその中には
as soon as I went live, it was crack o'clock. I can't believe it.
含まれています。でそういった本当にハードコアなリアルな
It ain't even Friday.
というものを、一度はグランツーリスモでやってみたかったので、今回パワーパックを作りました。パワーパックも、スペック3と同時に、この年末にリリース。
So we got like a Forza game or something going on?
12月の20日ですね、福岡でグランツーリスモワールドシリーズの最終戦ワールドファイナルが行われます。その会場でも、皆さんにお会いできることを今から楽しみにしています。ありがとうございました。
Man, these games would be so much more interesting to me if there was like
グランツーリスモ7パワーパック
damage mechanics, like you know what I mean?
さあどんどん参りましょう。記録と再生で道を切り開く新感
You really wanna-
覚パズルアクションモーションレック
If you ever like raced a car really fast, I'd be breaking records. I'd be breaking records wherever I go. You know what I mean? I drive fast, I go fast, I show speed, you know what I mean? Well before. And yeah. The thrill of going super fast is the fact that, you know what I mean, there's risk involved. So all those like car games, you know.
武教 RPG ワンダリングソードすべての DLC を同梱した完全版がバージョンアップされてプレイステーション5に登場。ピクセルアートで描かれる古代の中国を舞台にした
Add some damage mechanics, add some
英雄を夢見て旅に出ます。
これこそが俺が歩むべき道だ。
プレイヤーの選択によって変わる20種類のエンディング、戦略もアクションも楽しめる2種類の戦闘モード、そして新たに日本人キャストによる日本語フルボイスを実装。
あなたと共にあるならこの命惜しくはございません。
2026年5月28日発売です。
Hey, look at that. Look at that pixel art. I love it.
最新作伊達要は眠らない
I don't understand one word they're saying, but I love it. Yeah, I was watching somebody watch a movie in a different language, one of them European languages, and I was watching this movie. It's an American movie, you know what I mean? And I know that they drive like on the American side of the car in that American movie, but I'm listening to it, or I'm, watching this person watch that movie in one of them European languages. I don't know which one it is, and it was the craziest thing. Like, even the driver was driving on the European side of the car. So I'm hearing like I'm watching a movie I've seen before. I'm hearing the European language, and then I'm watching them drive on the opposite side of the car, like the European side, you know? I was losing my mind. I was like, yo, AI art is getting crazy. AI art is getting crazy out here. Yo, they're gonna, pay me my money, yo. They're gonna use AI art to, you know what I mean? Translate livelihood. You know what I mean? Translate customs. So you're gonna film a movie in America, air it in Europe, and then it's gonna you can use AI art to translate the American customs into European customs, and then, you know what I mean? It'll be a whole different movie. You're welcome. Just, you know what I mean? Pay me my money. Pay me a cut. Give me my percentage for, you know what I mean, utilizing AI art in the manner in which I speak. You know what I mean? Oh man, there's that game where the ball rolls around and collects a bunch of junk. Oh, what? Hold on. Are we back?
PlayStation 5と PlayStation 4で本日から配信開始。先月、PlayStation 5で発売
Yo, why are you
さ
playing
れた
audio?
デジモンストーリー
Stop doing that.
ストレンジャーシーズンパスの DLC 第1弾追加デジモン&エピソードパック1アルタネイトディメンションがついに登場。新たに追加される個性豊かな5体のデジモンととある人物たちを巡る物語が展開します。その思いに俺たちも応える。 DLC 第1弾追加デジモン&エピソードパック1アルタネイトディメンションはこの冬配信です。今年8月に発売されたスーパーロボット対戦 Y から DLC が登場します。 DLC1 では銀河旋風ブライガー、ザ・ビッグオー、フート探偵、仮面ライダースカルの肖像の3作品が収録。
Yeah, they got Big O.
に関わる追加エリアミッションや追加プレイヤブル機体が楽しめます。
Big O and Kamen Rider.
スーパーロボット対戦 Y DLC1 は11月21日配信です。
Oh, dang. Yeah.
今何か聞こえませんでした？全国のハンターの皆さんに朗報です。
Hey.
モンスターハンターワイルズ無料タイトルアップデート第4弾の配信日が12月16日に決定しました。このアップデートでは巨撃竜
You know what's crazy? I'm still trying to wrap my head around Monster Hunter Wilds.
エンドコンテンツの拡充や季節イベント
So I heard Like, I thought the whole gimmick to it was that it was open world, but then I was like, wait, aren't all the Monster Hunters like open world for the most part? I still haven't wrapped my head around it just being, you know what I mean? Like another Monster Hunter game. Not that that's a bad thing. Yo, I've never played a Kirby game. I might have played a Kirby game once. Wait, is this Kirby? Sonic. SpongeBob. Yo. Cross Worlds.
続いてご紹介するのはアクションアドベンチャーネバーグレイブザ・ウィッチ&ザ・カース新トレーラーの公開とさらに
Don't worry. I just wanted to get the stream started. I found out this was happening today, so I was like, all right, you know what? I'll start a little bit early, and then we'll get into the live, and then we'll get back to doing what I do. And then I was like, wait, I got to do all this stuff before I go live. And then I was like, oh dang, I got like 1 minute till this thing starts. But yeah, so I didn't know this was happening until today, and I was like, I wonder what they got going on. I saw somebody in the chat say Bloodborne 2. Somebody in chat said Bloodborne 2. Yo, did they change everything? I don't even know how to do this. What's going on?
ザ・ウィッチ&ザ・カース開発責任者酒井康臣さんにお越しいただきました。酒井さん、よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。酒井さん、トレーラーではゴーレムのような敵と戦っていたシーンがとても印象的だったんですけど、そのボス戦の魅力、そして他にどんなボスが登場するのか教えていただけますか。
はい。レーザー攻撃を繰り出していた巨大なゴーレムは最初のダンジョン遺跡のボスです。本作のボスはそれぞれ独自の攻撃パターンや特殊なギミックを持っていて一筋縄ではいかないようになっています。例えば植物のボスは風を使ったり、ドラゴンのボスは溶岩を使ったり、マリオネットのボスはプレイヤーが使う魔法と似た魔法を使います。ボスによっては特定の敵への憑依が攻略の鍵になることもあります。またローグライクの要素によってダンジョン内のプレイヤー強化も毎回異なるため、ボスに繰り返し挑戦しても新鮮な緊張感を味わえると思います。
酒井さん、スタジオにお越しくださりありがとうございました。
Yo, I like that Sony still has Taro. That's Taro, right? Look at me bringing up Taro and Taro pop up. You're welcome, Taro. Yeah, I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see Sony's holding down one of its mascots. You know what I mean? Now we need to get like a Taro Racing, the Taro Fighting Game, the Taro Adventure, the Taro Platformer, the 8-bit Taro game. Like, come on, Sony. What is we doing? This looks like that one game. That one game where the high school students saved the world? Something like that. Had that really funky name. Yeah, man. Visuals are just looking so good on games, man. Like I appreciate all the fidelity increase in graphics over the years, but really I think what supersedes it is just the high definition and being able to get the look that we want, because you can see that game easily being like some 8-bit generation thing with, you know, maybe only 100 colors, hundreds of colors rather than thousands of colors, you know what I mean, and all that stuff. I feel like that's a step for gaming to take. I saw some video talking about how games, like, people are really looking for that PS1 era graphics, you know, which is crazy to me, because when the fidelity and the graphic increase started happening, it was such a breath of fresh air to start seeing things get better. I guess we've hit the ceiling on that, maybe. So now it's like kind of like a reset, like go full circle and get those PS1 graphics. And I was thinking about it, and I was just like, yeah, I guess that's no different than wanting to see a little bit more side scroller beat 'em ups, like 8 bits, but kind of brought to, you know, an HD status sort of situation. So to bring like PS1 graphics to an HD status and still have graphically and still have the processing power to, you know, make gameplay insane on top of that, like you could add so much more to a game because you'll be putting less into graphics, but still, and you can still like increase the graphics too. Yo. And that's what I mean, you know what I mean? Like that could be a Lara Croft game right there, you know, where they could just go crazy style with it, all the secondary animations. But I'm just saying, like, less polygons, simpler textures, but then you can add more. You could actually maybe animate the mouth, but not animate it like with the fidelity stuff, but with like kind of like the pop phonemes, kind of like a South Park animations, the way that they move the mouth, like it's kind of like a, you know what I mean, like frames for each phoneme shape, and then just program PS1 graphics to have that, so that way you still have the PS1 graphics, but they're upscaled, they're HD. You got like a little bit more to it, but it still has that PS1 kind of callback. And then obviously throw in all of the secondary animations. Throw in, you know what I mean? Just you know what I mean? Large triangular polygons that are just, you know what I mean, made out of jello. Like, I'm not against it. Oh dang, I forgot to do that. And this is exactly what I mean. Like, you got an 8-bit thing kind of going on, But now you have this you can just push. You can push it, and that was something that I always was kind of surprised that we didn't see more of in, you know, the past couple of decades, where it was all about fidelity. Part of me was like, let's focus on gameplay. You know what I mean? It's video games at the end of the day. Like, leave the fidelity for the movies and the entertainment business, like, you know, for cinema, and you know what I mean, like sci-fi B movies and stuff like that, and then push like the gameplay in video games. You know what I mean? That fidelity is always gonna be there. But yeah, like, that's so cool to me to see, like, the pixels, but the, you know what I mean, just move around in 3D space. And then effects and everything else like that on top. Like, yo, you can make pixel art look so beautiful. And it takes up less data, less space. You know what I mean? I don't know how much easier it is. I doubt it's any easier or any less work. But yeah. Alright, what else am I doing? One time for the professionals.
そしてなんと本日から体験版の配信を開始します。体験版はゲーム冒頭3時間をプレイできます。体験版でプレイした内容は本編発売時に引き継ぎが可能です。主人公のキャラクターメイクや序盤のストーリーをお楽しみください。本日はアークシステムワークスからマーベルトークンファイティングソウルズプロデューサーの山中さん、アートディレクターの黒坂さんにお越しいただきました。お二人ともどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。マーベルトークンファイティングソウルズはどんな思いを込めて制作されたのか、それからファンの皆さんにはどんな体験を味わってほしいと考えていらっしゃるのかお話しいただけますでしょうか。
I still haven't watched like a full demonstration, like any like full playthrough of that game. It just looks like, it looks great, but since it's in its infancy, I was like, man, this is gonna get real messy real quick. In addition to the characters from the first closed beta, will now be playable. Oh wow, so Spider-Man and Ghost Rider weren't playable before. Here we go. Spider-Man. Yeah. The thing that throws me off about the game is that there's so many heroes. Like, Doom seems so out of place for me. I'll be honest, I tweeted about it months back when the first trailers were coming out about it. So what was that, like a year ago maybe? And I said what I said. I tweeted what I tweeted. I mean, long story short, like I said, I think the game will get messy. And one of the foundations to me thinking that has to do with directly with Dr. Doom being in the game as he is, like as the game is being marketed. Blinking and winking. As the game is being marketed the way that it is, and just me just being me, seeing what I'm seeing the same exact thing that y'all seeing. I tend to see things differently, and I see the game getting, you know, messy, which may be a good thing. What do I know? But Doom being there gave me that ominous feeling. You know, but I guess if they're still talking about betas and not a lot of the things are, like the game's not out yet. I guess they still got time to cook and reveal things and stuff like that, so you know what I mean. I understand I'm also talking prematurely. I would love to give my 2 cents on being able to make the game less messy. I just don't see the marketing going in that direction, so I was like, you know what I mean? But a game is to be sold, not told, right? And, you know, but then there's also, what is that, Marvel Rivals that's out, and that's, like, successful. I still see, like, a lot of people playing that game, and I think that game ain't nothing but heroes. Like, I'm sure there's, like, a bad guy or two in there, but, you know what I mean? Like, people are battling it out, and they're playing the heroes, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like that. That's a statement. That's a statement.
Curse this Dreadlord.
What am I doing? Is this Dusk Bloods? Wait, isn't that supposed to be a Nintendo thing though? Or is this more Rain? Night Rain? Take a ride on the night train, baby. Take a ride on the night train, baby. All right.
PS5 の5周年という節目に改めて PS5 の体験をご説明するとともにいくつかのニュースを共有します。 PS5 の体験といえば デュアルセンスワイヤレスコントローラーです。 PS5 をお買い上げいただくとすぐにアストロズプレイルームで体験いただけますが、キャラクターがステージを動き回る様がこれまでにない感覚でお楽しみいただけます。技術的にはアダプティブトリガーとハプティックフィードバック、そして内蔵スピーカーによって目で見る情報、耳から聞く情報、手で感じる情報の3つが調整されて生み出される体験です。そして PS5 は目を見張るような綺麗な映像、ストレスを感じないスピーディーなゲーム進行を実現するための技術も詰め込んでいます。ネットワークを通じて進化し続ける体験、プレイステーションアップ、ファミリーアップを通じたスマホでの体験など、いつでもどこでもフレンドやコンテンツに簡単にアクセスできます。また PS5 においては数千の PS4 向けのゲームも遊ぶことができ、過去にご購入いただいたゲームに加え PS4 向けにしか発売されなかったゲームも遊べます。たくさんの方々にリビングルームの大きなテレビで PS5 をお使いいただいておりますが、プレイステーションポータルリモートプレイヤーを通じてリビングルームを超えて PS5 を楽しめるようなご提案も差し上げております。そして本日ゲーミングモニターを日本と米国で発売することを発表します。鮮やかな映像に加えデュアルセンスワイヤレスコントローラーを充電できるフックも搭載しています。先日発表しましたパルスエレベートワイヤレススピーカーとともにデスクトップ
ワイヤレススピーカー
PS5 を存分にお楽しみください。
Is it the wireless speaker?
PS5 をどこでどのように楽しむかの選択肢を今後も広げてまいります。最後に PS5 の5周年を記念して日本国内の皆さんに特別なご案内があります。日本アカウントで日本専用の PS5 をご用意します。本モデルは希望小売価格税込55,000円とお求めになりやすい PS5 デジタルエディションです。日本でより多くのプレイヤーの皆さんに PS5 そして素晴らしいゲームをお楽しみいただきたいと思っております。
That's everything, huh? Yeah, I just love that graphics fidelity have gotten so good that we can dial it back and, like, you know what I mean, kind of sit and enjoy and sit in some more like video game eras. And put more of the information that you could fit into a video game towards like gameplay, you know, game mechanics, things like that. That way you could play like an old school side-scroller game, but it actually plays and functions well. It just looks like an old classic. That was everything, right? I don't know, you know what I mean? Yo, look at Taro. Where Kuro at? Yo, where Kuro at, Taro? Come on, man. Alright. Boom, we're live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew, welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Gluszewski Experience. Is going to be episode 811, and it's still my birth month. Shout out to Sony. Shout out to Sony. State of Play. Yeah, let's look at something real quick. You know, let me I mean, I had something planned for the stream tonight, so I guess we'll get around to it. But you know, I wanted to see what the State of Play will do. So now that the State of Play did what it did, I think the big thing that I want to see is the Marvel Tokon. Oh, do they have a website? Like, maybe even that might help. I don't know. Something about 4-player teams. One month ago. Come on. Recently uploaded. IGN. Come on. Where are we? PlayStation or Arc don't have something. Or Disney, like somebody. Man, do I just gotta roll back? Do I just gotta roll back the State of Play? And that's it? Here we go. I'll do it. You know me. So where we at? Fatal Frame, the card game, Pac-Man. Game's looking good. There we go. Let's get back in here. Yeah, so I kind of want to like dive into Marvel Tokon and what I said about it and how I feel about it a little bit. You know, me being someone who doesn't play video games, what I say means absolutely nothing. You know. So let's keep that in mind. There we go. But let's even dial that back a little bit. They're talking about what? Spider-Man and Ghost Rider are playable now. You know, something I didn't see in this demo, and I still don't even really quite understand about the gameplay, because it doesn't look like the gameplay that they showed originally. In the original trailers, you would see like a bunch of like a bunch of characters on screen during the gameplay. So I wonder if they're even playing with that some, you know what I mean? Trying to dial it back so it's less messy, which, you know what I mean, I would find that agreeable, but the gameplay actually looks cleaner this time around. Like watching this, there's not, I mean, you're not even seeing like 4 people on screen when we know that there could be. And with the potential of like, with me not really understanding the gameplay, the potential of there being like 8 characters on the screen at any time. Like you see here, it looks clean with, you know, no more than 3 characters. But I'm sure once you get like 2 goons in there playing, they're gonna be you know what I mean, tagging people in left and right. And I could only imagine that gameplay shows like you being able to tag in 2 people, almost like it's Marvel 2, like how in Marvel 2 you can bring in both of your like homies, and then all 3 of y'all do like a super duper attack, looking like that Goku, Gohan, and Goten Kamehameha wave picture. You know what I mean? They didn't show that in this demonstration. You didn't see 4 people on screen at all, which I'm pretty sure you did in here. What are you doing? Get out of here. Alright, so it starts at like 59:30. Okay. I'll even slow this down some. So yeah, like Marvel 2 even got so crazy way back in the day when you would have a bunch of characters on screen. Even Marvel 1, once you had like both teams calling in their tag partner and you had 4 people on screen, it was crazy. So 4 people on screen being like what this game was kind of pushing, but they didn't show that here in this demonstration. Like I said, like I was like, man, it's gonna be so crazy, especially with all the characters and everything that they're doing now. When I first saw this game and I first tweeted about it, I was like, it's gonna be messy, and I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I kind of said it as a warning, and this trailer doesn't really demonstrate the messiness that I was talking about, which means that they might be tweaking the whatchamacallit. But I'm gonna want to like check out their website, honestly. I want to see if Marvel Tokon has a website, just so I have a source for like their characters or something. PlayStation blog. Marvel Tokon. Marvel.com. I mean, maybe, right? Release date 2026. Okay, so we don't even have like a thing, so they might still, it might be like a year from now. Yeah. See, Ghost Rider's in here, and Ghost Rider notoriously always looks like an evil character, even though he's kind of something like a hero / anti-hero, because he's like this arbiter of the underworld, you know. But he's, you know what I mean. Once you actually like read his character and know his character, you're like, oh, he's actually like a really cool guy, like a good guy. Like he's like a super good guy. So even though he looks like a bad guy, like he's not. So you're like, you would almost even want to be like, well, then he's like an anti-hero, right? Anti-hero, and it's like, nope. He's just like a straight up hero. He just looks like that. So, like off rip, when the game first came out, I was like, yo, Doom being there is weird. Yeah, okay, so this is perfect. We got the lineup. just save that, bring this in, and so we got that. And we got that. Let me make sure we're all, yeah, we're seeing what I'm seeing. So yeah, it was super weird to me. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen since I already kind of proved my point as far as like what they showed today didn't look messy at all. Which I'm happy for, you know what I mean? Because it was looking messy before. So I don't know who's done what, but whoever did whatever, they did good. So let me remove that so that way I can get let me see if I can get no whammies here. No whammies? Whammies. No whammies? There we go. Alright. Let's see. Turn this down. Alright. So yeah, when I was like first looking at those trailers, I was just four people on the screen is always gonna look messy, and then you got two people on backup, you got two people on reserve that you may or may not, I don't know, depending on the gameplay, will be able to bring in. So that way you're ultimately gonna have like 8 people on the screen potentially, depending on like game mechanics, and if like supers and things like that, it's not going to be something that's just like prevalent. But man, even in like bird's eye view, 3/4 angle type beat 'em up or dungeon crawler games get messy when you have 8 people on the screen. So the fighting genre with that side scroller aspect to it, 8 people on the screen is just like crazy to me. But something else that like really bugged me was just seeing Doom here. Not saying that his design is bad, like everybody looks great, the game looks great, like everything looks appropriate. It's just Ghost Rider, you know, I'll give a pass since he actually is a hero. And yeah, I would say like everybody here is like superhero, you know what I mean? Like I don't care about Marvel Comics, Civil War, and you know the success of the MCU, at least up until Phase 3, right? And you know what I mean, facing off Iron Man with Captain America. It just looks wild to me, like this cast. Like it's just random, you know. And then Doom is so out of place because he's the only bad guy. And I'm sure that there's comics out there that like a comic nerd could be like, nah, Doom was a good guy in this one. It's like, well, Doom's been around for like 100 years at this point. And he's been a bad guy like 99% of the time. You know what I mean? So Doom's a bad guy. I don't care what anyone. He worked with the good guys this one like no, Doom's a bad guy. So it's like he just seems so out of place. And since the original release, I was like, they definitely just got to introduce bad guys, right? Like right now they're working on the heroes. They have the heroes ready for us because they're introducing the game, you know, to the world as an idea and everything looks great. You got all these heroes. And then there's Doom, and it's like, what's he doing in there? So that was one. That was one thing that kind of bugged me, was you don't really get any sort of narrative out of the game. And not that narrative is like the most important thing, especially when it comes to a fighting game. But me personally, I always liked the narratives. Like they're always wholesome. They were always a wholesome additive to fighting video games. I recently watched a video where somebody was even talking about the old Marvel vs. Capcom crossover games, and just talking about the stories that they actually put in there. So like, you know, they weren't talking about the gameplay, they weren't talking about like the mechanics or anything like that. They were strictly just talking about like what were the stories that were happening in there and who were the characters, like, and it was always cool, you know. Ryu shaking hands with Cyclops, like that image is iconic and it tells a story in itself. So like seeing these little like hints towards the story was even nice. So while fighting games don't need narratives are always nice, and this game like lacks a narrative as to why all the good guys are fighting each other. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't, they didn't set up the Civil War story, and they didn't set up the Civil War story, and this isn't like, they didn't set up anything kind of like was it Endgame? It wasn't Endgame. Was the one, the Infinity War? Was that what the movie was called? Avengers Infinity War or something like that? For the first half of the Phase 3 Avengers movie. Either way, whatever that was called, when the heroes were running into each other, and then you had like Peter Quill fighting Iron Man, Spider-Man on Thanos' ship, trying to save Doctor Strange, and whatever that scene is where they fought real quick, and that might have been the scene of the who is Gamora, why is Gamora, and all that stuff, like, you know, funny. Like, they didn't set this up, they didn't set that up, anything like that. So off rip, the lineup was a little bit funny to me, but you know, this is just the opening lineup. Obviously, maybe they didn't get around to other characters, but we haven't really seen other characters. I haven't been watching anything about this game. I've been super busy, but even the interest isn't really all that much there. You know what I mean? Just because it's a bunch of heroes fighting each other. Marvel Rivals is what it is. But it's like a shooty game, and not all of the heroes here are like really all about that shooty style. So it's like that is what it is. It's successful, so it must be super fun. But that game also like kind of comes off as you got a bunch of heroes fighting each other. So it seems like, while I'm on the subject of video game quality, while the Sony State of Play just happened, like, it's concerning to me what we're doing with the heroes, our comic book heroes, and turning them into video game characters that beat each other up. While they have fought in the comic books, there's always a narrative to it. That's the thing with comics, right? Is to tell the story. So if you had heroes fighting each other, there was a story along with it. You didn't just have them fight for no reason. You know, just like Captain America, Iron Man, Wolverine, and the Hulk. stuff like that. Like, you just don't, they don't just fight for no reason. So, like, the lack of world building in this game was concerning to me, and that was off the first trailer. Like that's just watching it off rip, kind of seeing what they're announcing, but it was the announcement, so you kind of got to give it all of the leeway. But here we are, like, it's got to be maybe a year later, almost, not even, if it is a year. And you know, Marvel Rivals is doing as good as it is, and then that's just kind of like a fun shooty game. I don't know how, like, I don't play those games ever, so I just don't know how much narratives play their way into those. They don't seem to, you know what I mean, with like Call of Duty and you know what I mean, whatever all those games are, like all the FPS games. Like, I know that there's a story mode, but then when you get to the online multiplayer mode, the story goes out the window. I always like that you can kind of customize your characters in those games. You get a lot of like fun, you know, fun things that happen in there. I think a friend of mine has like a Van Helsing skin. I don't know how in-game that is, but like that's always cool to me. You know, me being the anime fan and all that. But yeah, so Tokon seems to be lacking a narrative. I don't even know if they've even talked about any sort of character interaction at all whatsoever. I'm just looking at what they give us. I'm kind of glad it looked less messy this time as far as like the gameplay look to it, but they did only keep three players on the screen at a time, so I wonder what that was about. And then, yeah, no introduction to any bad guys. You know, I'm almost like afraid that they're going to like release a second wave of character announcements. Like, let's say another 8 characters after this, and it's going to be 7 more heroes and 1 bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, and I wonder how like legit the bad guy is, you know? Like if it'll be a bad guy or if it'll be like an anti-hero, just because the anti-heroes are more popular than the bad guys. And looking at the stages and everything like that, like, it all looks great, but it doesn't seem to be taking place in a world that something has happened and that something is going on. For instance, like Mortal Kombat 3, you could look at the stages in that world, and some of them, like the city stage in Mortal Kombat 3, like you could see in the background a portal and things are happening, and you're just like, oh, there's stuff going on in this world. You know what I mean? The Marvel vs. Capcom, even the most recent one, like the Infinity, even that one, like the stages were all narrative. Like this, like the game is good, the game is bad. Say anybody says what they want. There's no X-Men characters. You know what I mean? What a crime. The stages told a story in that game. Like the stages were the story. And again, I'm looking at the stages here and what I've seen, and I haven't even like really studied them or looked into them, but like I didn't see anything too crazy. I just see like that it just looks like the thing that we expect it to look like. There's no portal in the background. There's no, you know, comets aren't raining in from the sky. Nothing's set on fire. Like, it's not a crazy hectic world to kind of set the stage as to why all of the heroes are punching each other. It doesn't make sense to me, if that makes sense. So then a third thing that came up. These are the things that I see when I look at anything, by the way. You know what I mean? My business mind kicks in. You know, branding, storytelling, all that other stuff. Like my brain just kicks into gear whenever I'm like watching these things, you know. I don't get to enjoy them and get hands-on and play. I'm sure the games are fun, you know what I mean? But yeah, like I was saying about like being able to dial back from the fidelity of graphics to increase just the gameplay and let the graphics kind of not take up the majority of the data on a game space. Same thing with like everything that I do and how I see things. It's like, you know, what's the branding look like? What is the product and all that other stuff? And, you know, it's just weird to me. And then Doom just sticks out like a sore thumb, even color-wise. Like, while I got this up, I kind of want to get into what I was talking about. And I may even want to, like, break out the sketchbook and start drawing some things so we can kind of see what I'm talking about. Or maybe I could just do it digitally. It'll probably be easier that way. Might be easier to just do digitally. Now that I think about it, to talk about what I'm talking about. But another reason why Doom sticks out to me, and with the early trailers and game footage, what it looked like and everything like that, I really should watch some of the beta plays that I saw. Some of the you know, people playing back when the beta was out. I never watched any of it just because I was like, man, that game looks messy. You know what I mean? I just kept scrolling. I wonder if I should talk about it or if I should just show it at this point. Because, like, it would be hard for me to try to show it would be hard for me to like show. I kind of just wanted to draw it just because it'd be fun to draw, you know. So yeah, let me keep these up. Just so I can kind of keep my own references. While I do this. And everything I'm about to like say or do, I just do out of love. You know what I mean? Give y'all a peek into my mind, girl. Let you peek into my mind, you know? Here. Bring you over here. Uh-oh. There we go. Bring y'all over here. Okay, let's go low with it. What do I got? Do I got something here? I do. Whoa, what is this, in alphabetical order? What are we doing? What are we doing? Where is... Alright, whatever. Alright, whatever. I'll just let it be. Let's bring this in. So I kind of want to draw these things just because these characters look so cool, you know? Without getting into what I wanted to get into on this stream just yet. Oh wait, I gotta move my windows around to do this. So yeah, let me move my windows around. Kind of want to put a little respect into what I'm about to do. Man, already blinking and winking on me. Don't blink and wink on me. I wonder if I give it a minute. Let me just move these windows around. We'll see if it corrects course on its own. Alright. Yeah, let's rotate this. Oh, we back. Look at that. Just had to give it a minute. Alright. I kind of just want to draw this just because, like I said, the characters look great. Like I don't want to say that the characters don't look great, you know what I mean? Like they look good, you know? It's just I don't understand why they all fighting each other. I'm over here like, yo, can't we all just get along? You know what I mean? Like why are we fighting? Like Doom is the only bad guy here. Why don't all 7 of them just jump Doom? You know what I'm saying? Like what are we doing? Like why are all the heroes fighting? What's why are we at where are my settings? The ruler, units. There we go. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Something like that. I've just been having so much fun drawing, you know? What if I do this instead? And what am I looking for? Okay. So what can I do? 2? Do them in 2s. Alright. Pull up a reference for myself. Yeah, I guess we'll just go left or right. No, I can't see exactly their character designs and what they're designed like. This ain't one of those shows where I kind of whoa. Oh, there you are. There we go. that. Quarter. Something like that. Hmm. Okay. Something like that. So I don't know, with everything that I've said, all the criticisms that I've given it, what I'm hoping to achieve and what I'm doing right now. Is to kind of make my argument as far as like why I see this game as messy, and I do mean it, you know, but I do appreciate that the trailer this time around looked cleaned up. Dang, she even got like bionic socks. Yo. Her socks are even bionic. Like she couldn't just have some regular socks. She gotta have like armor. Socks with armor plating on them. Like what are we doing? It's not gonna come back this time. Ah, what she look like? That's not what I wanted. Oh, do I not have a picture up? Serious? Yeah, I do. Where you been my whole life? There we go. I'm over here like, what's this girl look like? You know? I'm not too familiar with the newest Star Girl. What's her name? Is that a scarf? If I remember correctly from what I've seen, I think she seems to have like Mr. Fantastic's powers, where she's like all stretching and stuff, and I'm like, is that a Miss Marvel power? I could have swore like Miss Marvel was all about like energy and energy blasts and all that, you know? So I was like, stretchy powers, what's going on there? You know, just to tease y'all a little bit, I have been wanting to go back and kind of discuss Phase 4. I don't even know if Phase 4 is over. I don't know where the MCU is at anymore. You know what I mean? I have been wanting to go back and kind of discuss things, because I know, like, I've talked about it a little bit in the past, as far as like why I feel like things have gone the way they've gone for Marvel. Like, while we're talking about the video games, things have gone great, right? But like entertainment wise, I feel like things have been left to be desired, and just like I'm gonna try to make an argument here to make this game a little less messy. Oh, she's standing like that. That's how she's standing. I can't see her foot in this I can't see her foot. Hold on. Yeah, she got like a little pigeon toe going on. Hey, what's up, girl? Alright. Can't see what his other arm is doing, but I can imagine. Let's redo that. Putting Doom in a box over here. Interesting. That's how they got you broken down? Okay. Even though I'm saying like Doom is the reason why I came to like a lot of conclusions when I first started seeing this game, like I still want to say like I like his look, like he looks cool, like I like this game looks good, you know what I mean, like as far as like it looks. Part of my concern is like, is that all we're doing, is we're just kind of like making a bunch of good looking things and then, you know what I mean, just making them fight, make them look good, make them fight, like make them look good, make them fight, the video game, you know what I mean? And then it's like 4 people on, you know, 4v4 2-player 4v4 is like, whoa, hold on. Just wait a minute. Man, they gave Doom a super wide stance. Yeah, Doom is mad wide. Just want to clean up what may need cleaning. You serious? Give it a minute. Give it a second. No. Wait, why are you doing that? What's going on? Let's try that again. Yeah, why are my buttons tripping on me? You need to chill out with that wide stance, man. Alright. Who's back there? Star-Lord? The movie version? Something like the movie version? And what's he doing? What's he doing? Something like this? Got my Space Blaster. Peter Quill with the Space Blasters. What is... Yo, Captain America got his collar pop? Yeah, I didn't even see that. Yo, good for you, man. I was looking, I was like, yo, does everybody have a hood? And I was like, Captain America don't got a... he got his collar pop. There we go. Now what do you got? Like a little faux hawk situation going on? And then what else he got? Got the space boots on. With some wild knee pads. Alright. Okay. Captain America, I can't see your feet, Cap. I'm just gonna guess your boots is all red. Okay. Now is in here? Spider-Man always... Why Spider-Man always gotta look crazy? How is his head in front of his shoulder? It's crazy. Spider-Man, always impossible. Always got the impossible anatomy going on. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man. Still got bug eyes? Almost. Still got something like a boot situation. Yo, can I just come out and officially say, like, yo, I'm not with Spider-Man with the fake webs. You know what I mean? With the little shooty gizmos on his wrist. Like, can I say that? You know what I mean? Like I'm not with that. You know what I mean? Topher Grace. Was it Topher Grace? That's his name? Who played Spider-Man? I don't know their names. Buddy with the natural ones, the first Spider-Man, you know what I mean? In the crossover movie, and they were all like this, and he goes, "Yo, I'm just like this with mines," you know what I mean? They're like, "You gotta science it up," like, you know, like, no, thank you, no, thank you. Oh, I gotta recharge. Like, it's too bad. Right? You gotta recharge, and another bus of school children is getting thrown over the building. like, get out of here. I don't know how anybody else ever felt about it. Are we back? Or are you just blinking and winking on me? I don't know how anybody else ever felt about it, but you know. That'll be good. I will say one thing. everyone's design, and it could just be the design. It may not be, like I said, I like the designs narratively. Like maybe that plays a part in whatever this world is, where all these superheroes are punching each other for whatever reason. Like they all do seem to have like a little bit more of a technology-esque to their designs. Like I said, like Squirrel Girl, whatever her name is, like this Supergirl, what's her name? I don't know. Miss Marvel the third, like she has like techno socks just because she doesn't have any like technology in her power, so they just kind of like had to make it. They just kind of had to make it happen. Storm, why are you standing like that? What's her other hand doing? I can't see her other hand. Maybe it's up. I'm going like this in her head. Just going like that. Let's see, where is that? It's about here. Yeah, I can't see what that other arm is doing. It's giving the read making the read really difficult. She kind of got the same thing going on with the rest of them. But it does attach to her arm like the classic. Okay. Is that what's happening? Whoa, where you going? See, like if the story was like everyone's on some like magical techno crisis type thing, maybe that's why Doom's the only bad guy for now, you know? So they're all like brainwashed and manipulated, and Doom's the only one that's kind of like got the remedy. What's her arm doing? Man, she ain't got it. Kind of almost look like Scarlet Witch with the M-shaped headdress going on. Anyway. Now what to do with that other arm, man? I can't see nothing at all with that other arm. Like, it's not going downwards. I know that much. That's what I'm saying. So it's got to kind of... Ghost Rider, the only one that kind of got like a regular stance going on, man. Dang. Yeah, Iron Man and Ghost Rider kind of got the same. I am with turning Iron Man into a Gundam though. I am with that look. Like, It's one of the best looking Iron Man we ever got, you know? What do you got? Got the head crest. Gundam head crest Iron Man. That does go hard, yo. Alright. Alright. So how do I want to do this? Let's go this way with it. So ultimately, there's some things you kind of don't want to play with. Like, you can play with them. There's, you know what I mean? I guess you want to go the route of there ain't no rules. Like, okay, you know, like that's fine. You know what? Yeah. Let's just let that rock. I don't want to do this. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Oh, he goes red directly onto the... Red directly onto the... Alright. See, like, I'm not familiar with Ms. Marvel enough. I do know the yellow lightning bolt is her thing though, right? But like, and I don't know how much that red sash is kind of like her thing. Alright, so now, and this is what I mean. Like Doom is such a goon. It's hard to play. Hard to play with his design. But I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah, and see, that's the thing with Star-Lord. Like, I imagine his original design was that blue one. So I know it's gotten popular with the red jacket from the movies. So it's kind of difficult with these, like, lesser known, kind of like Ms. Marvel the Third and Star-Lord. Like, what are their looks? Like, what are their, like, really hardcore identifiers? Like I said, that red scarf for Ms. Marvel the Third. Like, I'm not sure about that. I know Ms. Marvel always plays on primary colors, you know what I mean? But she's always had, like, even variations of the primary color. That's why I know, like, that yellow lightning bolt, that's, like, the one thing that's, like, for sure with her. And any iteration of her, by the way, you know? Alright. So yeah, I don't know what the major identifier is with Star-Lord, because they're not even giving him his classic, the classic blue. Like, let me see. Let me look up Star-Lord real quick. This is gonna be trouble. Yo, I'm like Jackie Chan, yo. Like, I don't want trouble, you know? Maybe I should just do Star-Lord comics. See, I'm sure he's become synonymous with the red jacket just because of just from the movies. Star-Lord comics first time? First appearance. See, he was blue and yellow, and his logo was yellow, kind of like, you know, like the Miss Marvel, like Nova, like things like that. Like he's a part of that whole thing, so it kind of made sense. So that's why it's kind of like hard. It looks like he has like a yellow logo theme that's always seems to be ever present, at least in his earlier designs. But yeah, once you get out into that like space obscurity characters, there's a whole lot of similarities just because of the Nova Corps and everything like that. With some of the heroes out there. So I wonder how much of that is in his character, because he doesn't seem to have the superhero logo whenever he has the red jacket. It's always blue jacket logo, and then red jacket no logo. Yeah, here's a cover that has both of the versions, and it's not even like his blue jacket logo has the same mask. Like the mask is completely different. It's like more Nova Corps in design. So I even wanted to be like, all right, his mask will be the untouchable. Damn, they gave his mask like that bleach look, but with headphones. So funny. Yeah, see, so you get these more obscure characters that the comic book allowed for artists to kind of play with their designs because they weren't like staples. Like that becomes the issue. So there's no consistency in any of his design across the board. Like it's a little off-putting. And then that red jacket is just so prominent, you know? So, screw it. Like, wait, is that the logo that's on the helmet? It is. They turned his face mask and the helmet into one. That's interesting. Alright, so I could do that. I could do that. Uh-oh. Oof. There we go. There we go. Oof. All right. I'm here. We're live. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the, what color is that? Oh yeah. So if we're gonna make his face mask be untouchable, then his face mask goes like this, and wonder if that's why they gave him that big blonde hair. To coalesce, to match the logo. Just to make the logo a little bit more. To bring more design to that logo. Like if that's what they wanted to do, at least with his design, I guess that would be a place to like kind of make that his staple. Like he's just holding it down for the blondes, like hardcore style, you know. He's blonde to the core. Cause yeah, it's just difficult with the red jacket, blue jacket situation with him. Now, Spider-Man. See, they do all the Infinity, everything Spider-Man, you know. So it's always difficult to be like, man, what is the definitive look for him? Like without, while still making it for play. And I don't know if he has one, man. I don't know if Spider-Man has that definitive look that you can't play with it. You know? Cause like, he has a black logo, he has a white logo, black suit, got the white logo. You know what I mean? The red and the blue is always consistent, but it takes over the entire thing. You know what I mean? And then when you have like all the universe, the multiverse Spider-Man, you're like, alright, well, you know, there's definitely like a red and blue theme, but then there's also all of everything else where it's kind of like every color is available. You know what I mean? Like, cause then they'll introduce like red and yellow Spider-Man. They'll have jean jacket, leather jacket, Spider-Man. So you know, it's part of the appeal. But also, the only thing that's like absolute with Spider-Man is the fact that he has like the spider theme. So the only thing I could think of, and I can't even draw it from this angle, is that he has like here. Yeah, this is gonna bug that out, I think. Yeah, because he doesn't even have any like special powers with colors, you know what I mean? Like his web slinging is white, like it's just always like it's not like his mask is always red. Yeah, Spider-Man's design is never stable outside of the spider logo. Alright, so how am I going to draw this? What if I did this? Hmm. So we could just make that his staple right there. Because besides that, everything else is always up for play. Yeah, same thing with Storm with the X-Men. The gold, the blue, the black, the white. I mean, they at least gave her a gold aesthetic. I mean, I guess the one thing that makes Storm Storm is the fact, like, also with her hair is always white. I think that was like one of her founding things, like maybe like from birth, like even before her mutant gene power is activated, whatever, you know. So she always has the white eyes and the white hair. Yeah, the only thing with I mean, Ghost Rider is so for real, like always. Just always wearing all black. The only like main staple with him, I guess, is kind of like Storm, right? He just stay orange. Yeah, because that's another thing with Ghost Rider I'm not all too sure about. Is like, is he ever... Is he ever not wearing just like all black, you know? And I think there was a moment where Ghost Rider was the Herald of Galactus. I'll even pull this up for you. Here, I'll pull up the reference that I was looking at so you can kind of see the Star Lords I was talking about. My bad, me keeping y'all in the dark. If you're not, you know what I mean? If you're not like super aware of these comic book heroes. Can I just do this? I'm just gonna grab the one that has both of his looks. So y'all can see. Y'all can see what I'm looking at. And you can see these are essentially the two main designs. There's variances, obviously, but just so you can see, like, Star-Lord. Like, those are the two looks. And you can see with the red jacket, he doesn't ever have, like, the logo. And then with the blue jacket, is not a jacket in that one, but whatever. He always has the yellow logo. So it's interesting, in this Tokon design, they actually gave him the red jacket with the yellow logo. That might even be a first. That might even be a first, which is cool. I dig it, you know. Let me see. I think Ghost Rider was a Herald of Galactus. Let me see. Ghost Rider. I want to see if he's all silver, essentially. Ghost Rider. How do you spell Herald? Like your Herald of Galactus. Is it with an E or an A? Maybe not, because nothing's coming up in the Ghost Rider vs. Galactus, Heralds of Galactus, Ghost Rider, Herald of Galactus. He's still black. He's still black. I guess Silver Surfer, you don't have to be. I just always thought every time somebody became the Herald of Galactus, they had to become the silver. You know what I mean? Like, that was a part of the gig. Let me see all of Heralds of Galactus. Because, yeah, Ghost Rider is still just all black with a not so open flame head. All Heralds of Galactus. If they got Ghost Rider in the mix, then I'm gonna count it. You know, Deadpool? Get out of here. Silver Surfer. Yeah, like I heard all these stories. Where's... I'm not seeing Ghost Rider in that lineup. That's crazy. The whole Fantastic Four heralded Galactus one time. At least. That's crazy. Dormammu, I think? Is that Dormammu? That's crazy. Nah, so I'm not gonna use that. They don't have Ghost Rider in that picture. Heralds of Galactus. Nope. Yeah, so if everybody gets a cosmic touch-up, but I guess like the Silver Surfer was still unique as like a silver person, but I could have swore being silver was a part of the gig. You know what I mean? In order to like take on space and just traverse space. You know what I mean? Like I knew that Ghost Rider still had the motorcycle in space. That's why his design was so cool. Because he was just, you know what I mean? He was like Lobo at that point. What about that picture? Mojo. Get out of here. So yeah, I can't find a legit Heralds of Galactus Days of the Week. Yeah, I guess the silver thing isn't like everyone just gets kind of like cosmic-y. You know, everyone kind of almost gets like a quasi semi Silver Surfer touch up. But I guess being a Herald of Galactus doesn't necessarily mean like you turn silver. That's a little disappointing. That's just a little bit disappointing. Yeah, Silver Surfer is goated. Silver Surfer is goated as the Herald of Galactus then. I'm sorry, he's just the coolest one. Yeah, I'll show y'all the Ghost Rider as Galactus's Herald. Just for funsies. I could have swore everyone had to turn silver. I thought being silver was a part of surviving space part, you know? Dang. See. There you go. That's see, he's still in all black. Still has the flame hair, so I guess you know what I mean? At least the orange fire never goes anywhere. He never gets like green fire or purple fire or anything like that. Blue fire. I'm sure he does at some point, you know what I mean? Given certain circumstances, certain storylines. But yeah. Here, let me do this for him too. What does he look like in Tokon again? It's the white skull, but does it turn like extra dark? Nope. Oh, his mask kind of looks like a Gundam, like a Bleach character. Damn, they gave both. I'm gonna actually want to see Star-Lord and Ghost Rider's like act like faces, like see if there's like a good shot of their faces, because they look like Bleach characters, which is right in line with the whole Japanese theme, Marvel superhero stuff, which is super cool. Give it a minute. There we go. yeah. That skull ain't going nowhere. I want to see if I can find pictures of their Tokon portraits. Marvel, Tokon, Star-Lord. We got a close-up. That's part. Oh, dang. I hate it when the picture pop up and as soon as it pops up, it shrinks to the size that it is. Cause I was like, oh, that's a great picture. Teeny tiny. Like, oh man. Hold on. I'm gonna use you anyways because I don't want to spend too much time looking for this. Yeah, I guess that's not too bleachy. It looks bleachy in the lineup shot. Marvel, Tokon, Ghost Rider. He looks crazy. Oh, that's interesting. Someone created a helmet. Trying to get a good picture of it. Like, there's a good picture, but you don't see any of the detail because of the camera angle. I mean, is that legit though? I don't see that piece. Or is that because there's fire coming out of it? Here we go. Dang, so Star-Lord's design does have feathers in it. It looked like it did. Like feathers in the hood or fluff, whatever. I wasn't sure if that was highlight or feathers, you know? But it looked like he got the same Doom treatment in the hoodie. Man, whoever did the character design really likes puffy hoodies. Am I right? No hate, I pop every color on every character I draw, right? So I'm one to talk. Yeah, Ghost Rider definitely looks like a Bleach character. That's dope though. And then they gave him just a little bit of a, I don't know, like a metal theme. Like I said, everyone kind of has like a little bit of a technology. I don't think I'll ever forget techno socks on Marvel Girl. Alright, so and then Iron Man, same thing. Iron Man does have one consistency that I like. It may change from time to time, but at the end of the day, Oh dang, did I draw those on that layer? Hold on. There we go. I was about to say, I was like, why was that coloring over that? So that seems to be pretty consistent with everything Iron Man. You know what I mean? He'll have a red suit, a gold suit, a silver suit. You know, he'll have all the suits. But the energy core always seems to be something pretty consistent. Alright, so how do I want to do this? That's about it. Dang. Oh, I wonder if Peter Quill has the logo on his chest. I just can't see it in this shot. Well, let me see in this thing. Oh, you can't see, he has the gun in the way. Doom's cape, his gun, like, everything's blocking his chest, you can't see it. Alright. I was gonna say, because I see some yellow lines, and it could be the top of that kind of Nova kind of whatever. Anyways. Let's see, what do we got? Well, I need you. Let me clean this up. Alright. Oh, come on. I love interruptions when I'm, like, just getting settled. Hmm. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. So I don't know if she's wearing leggings or what. Alright, she got cut off finger gloves. Alright. That's how I'll do it. Okay. Hmm. Again, I don't know what this hand is doing. I imagine it gotta be doing something. Hmm. And that's it, right? All right. So it's gonna be crazy if I don't. So again, this whole thing started with me talking about how the game could get messy. Part of what I'm talking about is like all the information that would have to be read on screen, especially if you have like, once you have 4 characters on screen, it's crazy, which is like easy for this game seemingly. But the potential to have, you know, anywhere up to, you know, 6 to 8 characters on screen at any given moment for any reason at all also seems a bit crazy. Yeah, so let's just do it. So I have a suggestion. There we go. Yo, straight up, what if I gave... What was that line in that movie? Oh, the eyes got just a little hint of green in it, not that perfect blue, like in America. What a disappointment. What did Zemo say? Just hating on Cap like that? That's crazy. Anyway. Give Cap some green eyes. Let me see. Oh, damn, I can't even see. I can't see Cap's hands. He got the shield in the way. Hold on. What do his gloves look like? I'm guessing he has red gloves, but they could be brown. Marvel Token, Captain America. What color are your hands? Oh, you got little finger glove. You got a dual finger glove action going on. You got a red glove with the blue fingertips. So red gloves, not brown or gray. You know, like a leather tone. I mean. Oh, your boots got like some duct tape on them or something. Alright. You got a crazy design, Cap. I see what they did though. Alright. Red leather gloves. Don't ask him where he got them. Alright. Like, yo. Back, blinging and winging on me? What are we doing? I'm gonna get to my point, and then I'm gonna get to what I was gonna do earlier tonight anyways. Before the, you know what I mean, what I originally had planned for the stream. I'm gonna do it. I'm like Michael Caine, I'll do it. Dang. Alright. So yeah, and that just goes like that then. And then Squirrel Girl, whatever her name is, Miss Marvel. Oh, I see what they did. I see what they did. It's a part of the messy that I'm talking about too. Dang, I didn't even see that part. Let's do this. Nope. Yeah, her legs are weird. I don't know if she's wearing like Lululemons, like skin toned Lululemons. You know what I mean? Like she busts those out on us, or what's she doing? And you girls with your skin toned Lululemons, I swear. You know what? Yeah, there's enough in these designs. She got the blue gloves, right? This is where I'm gonna begin to lose people. Don't worry. Stay with me. That's interesting. I wonder if I should have did it. If I should have did that. This is where I'm gonna begin to lose people. Just stay with me. Yeah, I might as well. There's enough. this. Kind of give that. I wonder how much I'm tripping. Just let that ride for now. Oh, him. Yeah, that's the other thing, man. Now, I was hoping to see this in any of the trailers, like kind of at any time, you know? But it never came up. Okay. You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Hmm. Alright. And that's essentially it. I guess if I wanted to try to put anything anywhere, I can put that there. That's about it. Old girl here. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I'll just do it that way. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder how much that red scarf is her thing, you know? Because I know one of the Miss Marvels, I don't know how much of the, like, original she is. She also has like the red sash tied around her waist, like she's Phoenix, you know? I guess that look was going around, making the rounds in the comic book industry design. Hmm. Well, I guess either way. What if I did it that way? What if I did it that way? Okay. Still in line, right? Hmm. There we go. Hmm. Oh yeah, this suit, his fingers look different. Hmm. Whatever. what you got? Now, I'm not gonna stop just because any artist, any designer knows where I'm going with this. Yeah, same thing. So essentially every character, well, every fighting game is going to be making like all sorts of palette swaps. So I just kind of decided to go with the blue and red, and I figured I can at least maintain most of the cast with something similar to what they already have. But at the end of the day, like blue and red, that's like Spider-Man, Captain America, essentially, right? I guess Miss Marvel. But in order to kind of keep the screen from getting messy, once you have like 8 characters on the screen, possibly, perhaps, maybe at any point, you know what I mean? Anywhere up to like 6, you know, 5 characters jumping around. The thing that I would suggest with anything is kind of like, if we're not going to go with like the Captain America Spider-Man team colors, if you wanted to go like more Miss Marvel with it, then you can kind of have, like, give teams, well, like, kind of give a team aesthetic, not like as a requirement, but kind of like, oh, okay, so at least things aren't getting messy. You're not losing your character, you're not losing everything, because you know that there's going to be color options. I just don't know what those color options are going to be, so I'm just kind of throwing the hat in the ring as far as, like, you know what I mean. Again, not making it a requirement, but making it a option, but an option that needs to kind of fit across the board, you know what I mean, with like everybody. Or, you know what I mean, if you were going to go like Team Doom or something like that. You know what I mean? You can kind of just always give people that color option. Of like giving them color schemes. And that's the thing that I was kind of seeing when I first saw the Tokon when I was first seeing the Tokon like trailers, the reveal party, learning about what this game was and everything like that, seeing the characters that they had as an option and seeing like all the stuff, I was like, one, it's a weird cast, and then two, I said, you know, I wasn't really thinking about the environments at that point at the beginning, but now I am. Now with, like, you know, what are we on the 3rd trailer now? And then, you know, still just seeing the same characters so far, not seeing more villains, I'm saying, introduced into the fighting game. Let me see. But, you know, let's say you were going to go with, like, the Peter Quill team, something like that. Again, color options would ultimately end up looking something like, you know what I mean? Again, so that way when you build your team, you build your roster, you know, there's a semblance of, like, you know, each character still has what makes them them, you know what I mean? The colors in the right spot, the right colors in the right spots. But anybody who doesn't have necessarily any requirement colors in any sort of spot, then you can have color options based off of you know, whatever the primary color source is and the secondary color sources in order to create like a color option, because I don't know how much the palette swapping is going to be available. I'm sure if there's an arcade mode for that game, I shouldn't say I'm sure, but you know, there's an option to have like your own individual colors. You could change whatever color you want. But then once you're playing like multiplayer mode, you know what I mean, the select substack of colors per character should be there. And then, like I said, like an option to build teams. So that way you can have, you know what I mean, if you're online matching, online playing, you can have, instead of having to go through character select, you could already have like a predetermined character select group along with the colors. So that way, you know what I mean, you could just select a character group rather than an individual character select and, you know, select your 4, whatever. That way the color and everything is already set. And again, not a requirement to match, but to make things less messy, you know, giving those options are like, you know, pretty cool in order for them to match. Yo, why is Iron Man gold over here? I mean, it's not bad. The gold, I guess, goes with the Star-Lord logo. You know what I mean? But he's not even any sort of red. That's wild. Same thing, you know, just going through the roster. Spider-Man again, read him. I mean, I guess if you were gonna go like Black Suit Spider-Man, let's say, you know what I mean, like something like this could still be an option. Something like that. So that way it's like, you know what I mean, and I guess that works as kind of like also the Ghost Rider. Like if you're going with the Ghost Rider team, you could have something that goes like that at the end of the day, right? But yeah, so that way every character still has like the thing that makes them them. But then it's like, oh, okay, we got like this other thing going on with the team matching, like whatever's. Or I guess like in the opposite direction, if we're going with the Storm team. Same. So then you could have a team coming in looking whichever way. You know, something like that. I don't know. But that way every character is still looking like themselves, but then you have like something to unify them, bring them together. I don't know if it, like, let's say we were making it a requirement, you could like kind of base the color off of whoever your primary character is, like whoever your starter character is, or you know what I mean, make it a choice of like what character do you want your team to be colored after, regardless of where you position them out of your 4 character select, whether they're the primary character that starts the fight, or like the ringer, or you know what I mean. Like I said, I haven't seen any of the gameplay, so I don't know how it works. But Yeah, I just don't know how the color swap options are gonna work, but I feel like this is the only way if you're gonna have a potential of 8 characters on the screen at any given moment. Like if both players are pulling off a super at the same time and it doesn't crash the system. Like, you know what I mean? The only way that you're gonna be able to determine which team is which team is like, oh, you know what I mean? So that way every character still has like their defining character, but still enough like play with the colors. And you know, when I was looking at the original sources, or the original release trailers and all that other stuff, when I saw Doom, well, what I saw was like he's all extra green, but he's the only one that's green. Like there's no Hulk in this game yet, you know. But the Hulk would have been the green hero, and I was like, why didn't they go with Hulk? Like that's crazy. You know what I mean? If they did an all hero lineup, all good guys lineup, you know what I mean? It's like why did they? Why they do that? You know? And then yeah, even the Iron Man joint, like if we're gonna go like the Iron Man color scheme, it's something like this. And then something like that. And now, you know what I mean, you can kind of, again, bring the team together. Everyone has like their main look, but then the color swap. Everyone has a little bit more of a Iron Man feel to them. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm really saying. And you know, I feel like this could have went all sorts of different directions. But yeah, one of the fears, and this is why I didn't want to see the game go in any sort of way. That's kind of like why I wanted to say it, was because like I would hate for the game to come out and then it is all just willy-nilly with character colors and everything like that. The amount of characters on screen, just how much, like, you know what I mean? Because then on top of the character colors, you still have to consider like the effects and everything else that's happening, and how many colors are going to be flying on screen, and how much you're going to start like losing what you're looking at. Like take Smash Bros gameplay for example. Like people get lost in Smash Bros just looking at 4 characters. And part of it is just because once that camera pulls out, everything begins to gray. Everything begins to like become neutral. Let's see if we can get trying to say how much we could do Dr. Doom just because he's the only green one. So I'm like, all right, how do we get everybody on green, or everybody on Doom time? So like these would kind of be like Doom colors, right? You know what I mean? Everybody on Doom Time. But yeah. Like, I was just like worried about that. Just because, you know, games are just looking mad hectic. I guess, like, for some of them it kind of makes sense. Like, even Marvel Rivals, once you have like a bunch of people on screen, I'm like, I don't know. Just so I just started blasting, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those situations. And yeah, with everything, not even just Marvel Tokon, but just kind of like everything that I see in gaming, I feel like I should probably start to speak up about these things, because these things they kind of get to me. If you can't tell, like, it kind of like perturbs me branding wise, and just to see people blindly just taking what they get and just being happy with it. Like, there is a bit of that should be there, but the second that you start making games crazy, like a kind of like how Marvel Tokon is a little bit on the crazy side of like a fighting video game. Of all the fighters out there, it's pretty crazy. Like, if you have Marvel Tokon being released next year, and I don't know if the newest Virtua Fighter has come out yet. What is it, Virtua Fighter 6 or something like that? Like, I don't know if that's released yet or not. But if you're looking at those two as like upcoming fighter games, you know, maybe within the next year, right? If you look at Marvel Tokon, you look at, yeah, they're different games, but at the same time, like, it's not like Virtua Fighter is like, we're going like the craziest of the crazy, you know what I mean, explosions, you know, just overriding all your senses. Like, it's going to be kind of like, you know what I mean, like a fighter game, kind of like how we understand it, and then it's going to be Virtua Fighter the way that Virtua Fighter just always Virtua fights. So this Marvel Tokon being a new thing, like, the only thing that it can base itself on is the Marvel fighting games, the Marvel versus fighting games, which those are all kind of hectic. This is pushing that envelope of, like, this is super hectic. It's not like, all right, we're going to take our superheroes, put them in a fighting game, and we're going to kind of ground it. We're going to make it a little bit more slow, gritty, or whatever. Like, they didn't take it in that direction. They're like, nah, we're pushing the crazy. So if you're pushing the crazy, it's like, man, so much information and colors and everything flying on the screen with so many characters that you're going to be having on screen. It's like, all right, like, let's not mess up these joints, you know, with the characters that we're going to have. I think definitely needs more bad guys, and then hopefully when it comes to color options, arcade mode or single player mode should have, like, yeah, let anybody do anything that they want. But then once, you know what I mean, even down to, like, you know, changing anywhere up to, like, you know, secondary, tertiary colors and things like that, like, customize them all the way down. I mean, something else I was kind of thinking about was, I mean, even something that would be interesting with these characters, and I don't even know how much that goes as far as, like, palette swapping and things like that. Like, wondering how much you could, like, take a character and then even change them up, you know, like this way. So that way you kind of still get like all the color options. And again, I feel like that's probably something that's going to be more probably something that'd be more like single player mode. But yeah, I'd be like, why not? Why not be able to switch these things up? Especially if certain characters aren't coming in. You already got Storm looking like Scarlet Witch. Like, if Scarlet Witch isn't going to make the final cut. I'm trying to think. Nobody has all yellow in here, do they? Like, there's Storm, but she's mainly white with just like yellow accents. So if you did like Gold Iron, Team Gold Iron Man, you know? See if I can, what does that look like? Oh, hold up. That's not what I wanted. So yeah, like Team Gold Iron Man. Still have a little something going on, right? Just trying to think of like color options that I didn't see. You know, the blues and the reds are pretty obvious. You know, the blacks and the whites are pretty obvious. But yeah, the green is a standout color you're gonna have a lot of fun with. And then there's yellow. There hasn't been anyone with the yellow. Trying to think, is there any like yellow superheroes? I mean, I guess it would be like X-Men Gold, right? But yeah, I think these things look kind of hot. But yeah, it's just a way to kind of tone down the nuttiness of just trying to think of like how crazy is that going to be. Because once you have them like flipping and dipping and flying across the screen, and then like effects going off as they're performing specials and like hits, and like I said, I haven't seen any gameplay, but I don't know if anybody gets hit, and then like even like little poof, you know, sparks or anything like that happen when somebody gets hit. Like all those little things add up to like information, like sensory overload to your eyes, to being able to be like, what's going on? It's all so crazy. You know, so, but that's my concern. Just things being kept clean. You know, within reason. And yeah, man, I really wish that those stages told a story. I really wish the stages told a story, like I was saying, like Mortal Kombat. Like you at least in Mortal Kombat 3. That city stage level, and you can see like the outer worlds or whatever, like kind of portal beaming down in the background, something like that going on. I forget what it is exactly. I mean, anybody who knows fighting games knows what I'm talking about. But if you don't know fighting games and you don't know what I'm talking about, let me see if I can find it. Is it this? So what, Mortal Kombat 3? Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Mortal Kombat 3, city stage, I guess. I don't know, there's a couple of them. There we go. Come on, web file. Get over here. So yeah, just to wrap up what I've been talking about. See, like stages. All the stages that I saw, not that they look bad, you know, they look like how they should look. The city looked like a city. The Xavier School looked like an Xavier School. You know, it's whatever, right? But I mean, check that out. Check out that stage. Like, yeah, it's Mortal Kombat. I'm not saying they need to have Mortal Kombat stages. What I'm saying is, like, there's narrative that can be told just with the stage design. And from everything that I see, it just seems to be like typical stages, typical superhero. The only thing that's like super out of this world about Marvel Tokon, besides the 4-player option select, is like the Gundam design-esque. Like everyone's like techno-esque in their designs. Like I said, like Marvel Girl has like techno socks on. Like it's like, yo, why does your sock have a microchip in it? So like besides that, which is super cool, it's like, man, I really wish they would have like pushed that, you know, especially if like Doctor Doom is the only bad guy that they're opening up with. I really wish like there would have been a narrative, an unspoken narrative that was just told in design and not revealed to us, that like this is the reason why Doctor Doom's the only bad guy in the launch trailer, you know, and the stage is here. Everything is kind of right, but everything is a little bit off, and we don't really know why. Like Downtown City kind of has like a military takeover vibe to it, and then the Xavier School, you see, you know what I mean? You see like some magical space thing going on in the background where it's like, yo, what is going on in this world? Like they're not talking about it. Like why is the Xavier, like why is there a portal in the sky in the background? Like what's happening? You know what I mean? Did somebody open up the Tesseract? You know, Doom being a science guy as well as a magic guy, and being the only bad guy in the reveal trailer, and the only green color in all of the characters, it's like, man, he stuck out like a sore thumb to me, and it's just seemingly for no reason. I mean, outside of my biggest fear, which is just any sort of link to Marvel Phase 3, Marvel Phase 4, whatever. You know, the movies and the Disney Plus and all that other stuff. Like, I don't want to talk bad about it, but it is what it is, right? Like I would hope that the Robert Downey Jr. reveal as Doctor Doom didn't affect this game's development in a way that it was just like, you know what I mean? Like if they had it planned to put all heroes in there, and then they were like, no, well, Robert Downey's coming back as Doctor Doom. We need Doctor Doom in there, and he's a legacy character from all the old Marvel games, even though this isn't a Marvel game, or you know what I mean, a Capcom game. And it's like, oof, you know, like Doctor Doom stuck out to me like a sore thumb in the launch, and nothing has like changed my mind since then. So I was just like, man, this is gonna get messy. It's gonna get messy, and you know, those are my 2 cents. You know, the stages, they look great. Like everything looks great, but it all just looks so typical, and nothing about any sort of story has been talked about. And not that fighting games need stories, but it's just like, man, what are we doing? You know, why are we clashing 4v4 via Civil War style? You know, when everything looks so bright and blue in the world. Either way, you know, like could you imagine the Captain America Civil War if it wasn't Zemo being the bad guy, but like Doctor Doom? And like what does that movie look like? You know, Doctor Doom doing everything that Zemo did, but he's Doctor Doom. You know what I mean? In the third, you know, in phase, at the end of phase 2 or at the beginning of phase 3, whenever that movie happened, you know what I mean? Like set in that world and everything like that. That means like science and magic would have been like pushed to the brim, where Zemo was just, you know, you're a regular guy, and that was his whole shtick. You know, at the end of the movie, I'm just a regular guy, and I had to do my thing. Like, all right. Anyway, that was fun. I got to draw these characters. I kind of got a good look, and I got to talk about Tokon because I have kept my mouth shut about it. But this being, like I said, like the third trailer today, you know, I figured I'd kind of share some things, and hopefully, you know, this isn't something that like Arc System Works, because I love their work, like takes offense to or anything like that. Like I hope like just any game developer is just like, oh yeah, I guess we could have like a lot of fun with the stages. I guess we could tell a narrative without telling a narrative with the stages. Oh yeah, it is kind of weird that we have nothing but superheroes punching each other and no bad guys to begin with. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine if you just like played Street Fighter and there was no 4 kings? There were just no bad guys at all, just everyone was cool. Could you imagine? Like you're playing SNK and there's no grudge between Kyo and, you know, Orochi. Like, could you imagine? Like there's like just there being no bad guys in a fighting game. Well, now it's happening. So yeah. That worked out kinda aight. As far as like the palette swaps and me trying to get my point across. You know. Because something else that's also going on, just with the breakdown of old media, old content, old, you know, things that existed. They've gone through like the golden age, silver age, bronze age of comic books and everything like that, character design and all that, because so much has already been done, but so many people want to do so many things. It gets really difficult to design a new character like a Miss Marvel the Third, whoever she is, you know what I mean? What's her name? Koala or something like that. Like whatever goes on in the mainstream, that somebody creates a new character for whatever reason, these new characters, they break the fundamental of like simplicity in design, and then they have all these extra gadgets and gadgets going on in their design, and it's something that's really like bothersome to me. Like, I'll give you an example. I think I even heard someone kind of mention this, but I'm not sure if this is what they meant or not, and I haven't heard anybody really express it the way that I'm expressing it. I'm kind of like looking at things as a here we go. I don't even know what this game is called. Is it that? No. What do they call it? No. I never know what this game is called. There it is. I guess I could do this. I wonder if there's a better image. But I mean, that one kinda sells the point. I just kinda wish we had something that you could see more of the characters. But if not, I'll use it. I'll do it. I'll use that picture. I don't care. AVIF, get out of here. You're not gonna get me this time. So I'll save this one. You know what, let me get the whole thing. And then saw another one that kind of had basically oh, there we go, there's a better picture of these. But where'd that other picture go? Oh man. They were all front and center with it. What if I just went That's interesting. Someone put King of Fighters next to Tekken. What if I just did this? There we go. To just try to explain web file. You're not gonna get me. Hold on. There we go. Let me get these colors out of here. They don't even look right when you don't color them the right color. It's part of the fun, right? I remember the first time I saw Blue Blanca, I lost my mind. It's like Blue Blanca with yellow hair. What am I looking at? You know what I mean? Ken in a green suit still throws me off. Green Gi Ken? Green Gi Ken is still wild to this day. You know? There we go. So you can kind of see what I'm talking about as far as like character designs getting messy over time. And I don't know if it's a thing with just artists and with the generations of artists, you know what I mean? Like, this is an old generation, this is a new generation. I don't know if it's like just because the artistry has gone to a way where artists today are capable of producing more details just in general than artists were back in the day. Just think about like graphic design, what graphic design was. Like, people talk about that one show Mad Men all the time, and Mad Men was about like an ad agency in the 50s, and you're talking about guys who had to sell stuff, so they had to put together graphics all the time. And then you have like people who had to make logos and do this and do that, and people were like cutting out cardboard papers and whatever, like literally like building these things out of raw materials, and things were a lot bigger and clunkier. That's why like the whole deco period came, and that's why things in the 70s looked the way it did. And you know what I mean, like everything was so big and bold. It was mainly because they didn't have the technology to create the detail. You know what I mean? That fine detail. The light bulbs were bigger. They didn't have LED strips to make the nice, really thin line of light for your sign. Things like that. Like, they had big neon stuff because the technology was big. You know what I mean? They couldn't cut construction paper, or they didn't want to invest the time into cutting construction paper to the most finest of details and then placing that all over the place. Like, I'm sure you've seen those models that have black tape, but it's like kind of like put on them like in a way that the tape is all cut up and it looks like very stylistically stylized, like almost like tattoo art. It's like this big bold black tape that's kind of like, you know what I mean? But you got to think about painstakingly sticking on those pieces and making that really cool, intricate design. Like, people didn't like businesses don't have time for that. Like, so they just kind of made things, and you know what I mean, as quickly as possible, and with the materials that they had, with the technology that they had, and details kind of went out the window. And you didn't have to worry about that. That's why movies back in the day had like painted backgrounds, and instead of, you know, before green screen became a thing and CG and all that other stuff, like they would paint the backgrounds. You would still think that they were there just because the background could be painted and it was far enough in the distance that you weren't seeing, you know what I mean? You weren't seeing the that it was an actual painted background. You would think that those actors were there in that whatever scenario. You know, things were just done that way. Now technology has gotten in the way. That's what I mean about like artists and generations of artists. Like, next generation of artists, new technologies, finer details. New generation of artists, new technologies, finer details. I was talking about the fidelity of video games while I was watching the thing, and how the fidelity kind of peaked and gameplay started to take a dip. And I'm like, man, you know, I'm kind of welcoming the movement of bringing graphics back down so we could bring the gameplay back up. You know what I mean? Silksong being a perfect example of that. You know, you don't need to go all super, you know, lyrical miracle with your stuff. And this is what I'm talking about. So on the left we have King of Fighters 96 or 99, I don't know, whatever one that is. And then you have King of Fighters 16, which is the latest one. Now you can see the main character is, you know, you have Kyo, Mai, Orochi's in the background, Terry's in there, stuff like that. Look at their designs on the left. They're super plain. You know what I mean? The reasoning for that is exactly everything that I'm talking about, as far as like the artists, the generation of the time, and the technology of the time. You know what I mean? To have these 8-bit characters fighting on screen and to have it read and be legible, you know, they didn't have the HD quality for it to be, you know what I mean, to throw in all the extra stuff. So things had to be simplified and brought down. That's why Mai's accents are so bold. That's why, you know what I mean, his sleeve is rolled up, and the sleeve is extra puffy where it's rolled up at, you know what I mean, or it's such a bold striping color. The buttons on his jacket are huge, you know what I mean. His shirt is a plain white shirt. There's nothing going on his shirt. He doesn't have a logo. You know what I mean. There's not a rip in it. There's not a tear. He didn't spill ketchup on it. You know what I mean. Like his hair. You know, everyone's hair. There's no coloring. There's no like they got color dyed. He got, you know, frosted tips in his hair. Like, none of that was gonna be able to read on an 8-bit thing. So same. You know what I mean? Games, the technology has gotten to a place where I see in a lot of design, nobody's picking up. Like, nobody's picking up where, like, things end and things begin sometimes. And one of my biggest fears with Tokon is exactly that. With as crazy as I see that they're going, and with as great as I see it looking, and with all the details, because, you know what I mean, we got Gundam Iron Man, I love it. Gundams just have a lot of detail on them in general, you know what I mean. Like, look at the Michael Bay Transformers movies. Like, he pushed the detail to the nth degree, you know what I mean, compared to looking at like a Transformers McDonald's Happy Meal Transformer toy, you know what I mean. Like, compare those two things. They're the same thing, but one of them is mad simple, the other one is mad complex. So complex that it was hard to read, and it made it less enjoyable. I don't want Marvel Tokon to be less enjoyable. So talking about character designs, talking about the new generations of superheroes like Miss Marvel the Third, or whichever one she is. I don't know no more. Like, you could look at the KOF on the left and the KOF on the right. On the right now, you can still see the older original characters are still there, but you see what's prominent are these two new characters that, you know what I mean, like look at their designs. Could you imagine that character like back in the 8-bit era? You know what I mean? Like, back in the 8-bit era, like, you were not going to be able to get that thin red trim right along the collar. You know, you weren't going to get the nice print detail on the inside of the jacket. You weren't going to get, like, look at Girl. She has the hat. It's not even just a plain black hat. Like, it's got, like, either print or embroidery on it or pins on it. And it's not even just, like, one single color of, like, a bold letter that you could see. You know what I mean? It's not like Captain America's A. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't even know what it is. Like, I'm looking at it. It looks cool, but I don't know what it is. Her hair has, you know what I mean? Fades, has colors. Like, her clothing is like spaghetti strap. I don't got a problem with that. I'm just saying, like, it's like a spaghetti strap. It's not like a bold, you know, tank top. She's not, you know what I mean? Like, all these finer details, like, they're achievable now. But once you have 4 players flying across the screen and they're all shooting fireballs and they're flipping and dipping through the air, and then, you know, someone activated some sort of special mechanic and now there's like the screen is glowing, one of the characters is glowing, like information sensory. When do you start to, like, kind of lose it? You know what I mean? When do you begin to lose things? On the right picture, there's another one of the new characters in the background. You see? Let's pull that picture back up. I'm doing this because I love you, Marvel. I'm doing this because I love you. You know what I mean? I've kept my mouth shut for a year. I've had all these same exact feelings about this since I saw the launch trailer, and I was like, man, I really hope they do it right. I should go, now that I'm saying this, I should go watch some beta footage and see if at any point there is 4 players on the screen. But I'm pretty sure there have been, especially once you get loosey-goosey with all the goons playing the game. You know what I mean? Once you get a bunch of gooners playing, and they're just spamming, you know, the tag button and tagging both their partners in. You know what I mean? If there's an option to get all 3 of them, I'm sure they're doing that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you get 2 goons fighting each other, now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? You're not gonna pick up the characters' designs. So yeah, it's kind of like my point. So if you look, all the characters in the background are of an older generation. Even some of them came like later, like SNK and King of Fighters fortunately has had like 16 games. So there's like, you know what I mean, like the first X amount of years were dedicated to these characters, and those are like the super plain ones you see on the left, and then the next 10 years was dedicated to like a new roster came in. And then, but even those characters that you see in the right picture, but in the right half of the right picture in the background, like they're a part of that second generation push of character designs. And even those, like even Buddy has like the hat with a logo in it. I don't know if that ever got picked up in the 8-bit stuff. Maybe it was just like a yellow, you know what I mean, medallion just on his hat so you can see it. But even they have like a little bit more detail to their designs. You know what I mean? Little specific details that otherwise may have not been able to get picked up in the, you know, technology 10 years earlier type stuff. But if you look at the one that's on the right half but most center, you know, like the 2 girls that are stacked on top of each other, those 2 girls are both new characters, and you could see like the details on them, the jewelry, the glasses, the braid, the fading of the color of the hair dye. Like everything is so fine and detailed, and you know what I mean? Like I would love to see how these characters would have gotten interpreted at the scale of the 8-bit color generation with the color limitations as well. You know what I mean? Like depending on what system they would have been played on, like they didn't have the full spectrum of RGB to be able to put onto like a cartridge in those days. So even that stuff, like just to see what would change, I think that would be super interesting just to see. Like I'm not gonna do it. I don't think anybody will ever do it. But I'm just saying, if you had to like kind of what's the word? Not downgrade, but there's a word people been using. But I mean, essentially, it's something like a downgrade. But what am I thinking about? A demake. Is that what it is? Instead of a remake, where a remake is like you remake it and it's like of better quality than what it's being remade from. It's like a demake, where you kind of take something, you gotta like dumb it down and make it, you know what I mean, clunkier. Like I would love to see a demake in design to like this newer generation push of characters in these games that kind of, you know what I mean, go all the way back. And I don't know how much that changes, you know, because then you could look at things like Metal Gear 4, where Snake had all those different masks that he could wear, face paints, headbands, whatever. You can make him look young again. But then there was one where you could put on his PlayStation 1 face, And then, you know what I mean? So everything was all hyper detailed, but then like you look at Snake's face in the cutscene, and it's you know what I mean? It's the PlayStation 1 pixel face in all its glory, like in HD, but it's PlayStation 1 pixel, like that level of demake to certain characters. And then you have like Miss Marvel the third, the latest Marvel, Miss Marvel lady, like their designs get, she has techno socks. She doesn't just have like regular socks, like she has techno socks with, you know what I mean, with microchips in them. I don't know. But that's what I mean when I say, when I saw that game, I was just like, it looks messy. It looks messy. It looks great, but there's so much, but because it was just the early release launch and this is them putting their best foot forward, I was like, everything looks great and it doesn't look too messy. But once I heard everything, I was just like, or at least heard everything, you know what I mean, to date, it was like, oh my god, that's gonna get so messy. And Dr. Doom stuck out like the sorest thumb I've ever seen. Dr. Doom was sticking out like the sorest thumb. Still is in that game. Dr. Doom just, you know what I mean? Like the nail that sticks out gets hammered. Like whoever tried to hammer that nail hammered their thumb, and it's Dr. Doom. Like you know, that's like all swollen and fat and pulsing like one of those old Acme cartoons or something like that, you know what I mean? Like Dr. Doom just does not fit into that whole lineup to me. And yeah, I'm really kind of wishing that game had a narrative to it, or I wish I understood what the narrative was. You know, maybe Dr. Doom's the hero. You know, maybe everything is like way too good in the world. So he got all the heroes. You know, Iron Man goes to Japan, comes back a Gundam, and everyone's punching each other. And Dr. Doom is just like, you know what I mean? Like, yes. Like maybe that's the whole shebang is supposed to be Dr. Doom. Sticking out like a sore thumb. Anyways, what did I want to do? Oh, that's right. Yo, how long have I been going? What? I guess I was drawing for a while. I did draw 8 characters. I did slap together 8 characters. What time is it? Yeah, it's only... Okay. Okay. Let me go use the big boy's room. Let me refill my water. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta let me do this. Hold on. I will be right back. You know what? I'm gonna pull it up just because. Yo, look at those sketches. I'm gonna pull it up just because. I'm not even mad. I'm just gonna pull it up just because. You know what I mean? Just in case nobody knows what I'm talking about. I feel like everybody should know what I'm talking about, but just in case nobody knows. Nobody knows. Oh, I should have kept that open. Where am I at? Oh, I closed that already. Look at me closing stuff. Look at me closing stuff already. Oh, that's my bad. I was like, did I not? I guess I didn't. What do I want to look up? What do I want to look up? There we go. See if this gives me what I'm looking for. Oh, that's nasty. I don't want to see that. Oh my god. You'd think a picture like that would just be like ready and available. You'd think that that would be a thing that would be like, yeah. I can't believe I can't find it. I mean, what do you call that? I mean, if you don't call it PS1 face, then what do you call it? Like, oh my god, I can't believe I can't find this thing. I mean, do you just call it like the Shadow Moses face? I mean, it was such a meme. What? How is this not like just ready and available? Like, I'm getting PlayStation 1 face, but in PlayStation 1, and then I'm getting just PlayStation or Metal Gear 4, like regular face, young face, with you know, with all the details, which is like no fun. That's terrible. It's terrible. It caught like pixel texture face. Like, how else, you know what I mean? Should I have to look this up? So rude. Oh well. It doesn't want to give it to me. He doesn't want to give it to me. Nope. Nope. Nah, they're giving all the faces except, you know what I mean? They're not giving the situation that I want. Alright. Let's do that thing that I wanted to do for the past 4 hours. Yo. How's it been 4 hours? I could have sworn I was like, it's gotta have been like 2 hours if I'm lucky. I wonder if this is going to take some time for the file transfer. I didn't even think about that. Hopefully not. Merch. Ooh. Dang. I feel like I need to folder all this. Previous birth. Oh, nice. That was immediate. Didn't take any time at all. Alright. Let's go. Oh, dude, don't tell me my shadow got any shots. Oh, it looks like my shadow got in all these shots. Maybe I'm just tripping. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, okay. We're still good. We are still good. My bad. I'm all looking at the wrong screen. That's not right. That's weird. Alright. Hmm. You know, speaking of getting lost in details, right? You know, it's one of the biggest things I struggle with is with all these character designs is knowing when and where to add like garnish on the character, so that way I know it's like a throwaway design element that doesn't need to be there if and when the day comes that it's like needs to have less detail. You know what I mean? So to not encumber, is that the word I'm looking for? Encumber. To not encumber the character with insane detail. Meanwhile, I'm drawing. Regardless of how simple I may try to keep a character, and then I'll go to like illustrate these pages and then like draw insane details still. You know what I mean? Can't stop me. Hmm. Dang. Crazy. Alright. No way. No way. Okay. Dang. Dang. Hmm. 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 I'm blanking on there. what a bummer. My shadow was in every shot. So not cool. Wow. Alright, so while that's doing that, maybe I can do this. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Sweet. That part said, I want to thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website right there. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. Merch stores. Buy all of the merch. Patreon. Buy all of the Patreon. Get a commission. You see me doing everything. I designed all that merch. You know what I mean? You watched me do it. I drew all of these pages. I'm doing all the illustrations. You see me do it. And all those emotes and animated emotes and little gifs and everything like that. You see me doing those as well. Hit me up on Patreon. Let me know what's up. I want to draw something. Anyways. What else I got? The OnlyFans, Safe for Work, Kettlebell Functional Fitness, and all that weird stuff. Love y'all. Peace.